My goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go. Gentlemen, we are here after an incredible week. I mean, it's been, last night was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I don't know if the players, especially Maria Jose Rodriguez, have recovered from what happened last night. Hopefully you all had a chance to catch it on Bowl TV. One of the most amazing matches I've personally ever seen in my entire career. One of the craziest finishes, but now we've got a completely new tournament, right? It's the final event of the year. So much on the line. $50,000 top prize for the Tour Championship. The big trophy sitting behind us over here. And Player of the Year is absolutely completely undecided right now.
Yeah, it's something else. And it's exactly really what we talked about when you drew it up, right? The Tour Championship being what it is and what could be decided on a show like that. It took a little bit, but we finally got it. 355 points separating the top three spots in the PWBA Player of the Year race. It's certainly going to come down to this event. New pattern out this time around. 24 bowlers, round robin match playing, 8 games a block, a lot to take in. But I'm very interested to see how this pattern is going to play. I don't think we saw a lot of players practice on it. You saw a few, but now we really get a chance to see what this thing's going to look like and how it's going to transition.
And with that, we'll head out to the lanes. Our first match of the day. We've got Brianna Cote, who's just had a fantastic week. She's just been tremendous. She's already made one full TV finals, made match play in another. And obviously one of our leaders coming into this event, the Tour Championship, but all pins now are dropped. The players are seated according to their qualifying positions, but all pins have been dropped. We will now bowl 24 games of round robin match play. All of these players will bowl each other once, and then they'll have a position round tomorrow to determine our top 5 for the CBS Sports Network finals. That'll take place on Sunday at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. You're not going to want to miss it. I have a feeling Player of the Year will be decided on that show. It could even come down to whoever wins that final match, which would be just amazing. So Stephanie Johnson, she has already made 2 Bowl TV finals here this week, so she's had a fantastic week. And has also made a few Tour Championship telecasts in her career. I don't think anybody will ever forget that 2015 Tour Championship where she had one shot to win the Tour Championship and Player of the Year. It came down to one ball, and she came up just a little bit short. Liz Johnson took home Player of the Year that year. Stephanie was the Rookie of the Year, and Danielle McEwen won her first major title. Will we see something like that this week? We saw about as dramatic a finish as you'll ever see to a tournament last night. Maria Jose Rodriguez taking on Julia Bond. Julia Bond stepped up in the 7th frame last night. According to our probability calculator, she had a 3% chance to win the match, and she got off the sheet with the last 6 strikes, and Maria needed strike spare in the 10th to win the title. She goes up and leaves one of the nastiest 7-10s you'll ever see. they're all back out here bowling today. So we'll see if Maria can bounce back from that. As Emil said, different pattern that we'll be using here this morning. And for the rest of the tournament, this one should be high scoring as well. So a lot of high scores this week. And this pattern could potentially be the highest scoring pattern of them all. It's a 40-foot pattern with a 3.89 to 1 ratio. So a lot of oil in the middle part of the lane. The gutters are going to hook. I've already seen a few shots get way right this morning and bounce back. So we should see some really, really big scores here in this match play. But again, only 24 players. So it should be minimal transition. Coaching trips the board for an early double. Yeah, we're working on that sound issue. Just let us know in the chat if you guys can hear us better. Just made a few adjustments. So yeah, just let us know. We don't have anybody who can listen to the broadcast, so you guys are our ears out there. So let us know if the mics are. Emil's not on the broadcast right now, that's why you can't hear him. But if you can hear me. All right, great. This sounds like we're there. As far as our audio levels, we've got a note in about the live scoring, so we've had it all week. We should have it today as well. All right, we appear to have everything functioning on all cylinders now. Emil's just changing out all of our game of graphics, and before he gets back in, wanted to go over the Player of the Year numbers. And I actually may wait for Emil to join us again before we go through that, because I know he'll have a lot of things to say about that. But all I can tell you before we go into the actual numbers, is it's absolutely crazy how many scenarios there are still left that could happen. Just looking across the building, a few strikes out there. Maybe not as many as I had teased, but Sandra Gongora with an open 4-bagger to start. Missy Parkin with 3-bagger, 9-spare double. Obviously in front of us, Brianna Cote has a nice start, spare 3-bagger spare. Kelly Kulik with an early 3-bagger after a strike spare start. Daria Payuk with strike spare 4-bagger. So all of the matches currently available on Bowl TV. You can flip around, watch any match that you like, and we'll be able to have that coverage for you all the rest of the way. Well, I think we're off and running.
Yeah.
You know, we gave Aaron Smith the morning off, and you know the show just goes all to hell.
You know how it goes.
Yeah. But
he deserves a morning off.
Job security for Aaron Smith, like he needs it, right? But Emil, I waited for you to come back because I wanted to walk through this Player of the Year scenario with you. Basically, everybody in the top 6, if they were to win the Tour Championship, they would win Player of the Year, no matter where anybody else finished. If Liz Johnson, you know, the 7th player on the list, were to happen to win, she would need a little bit of help. So she would need Verity or Dasha to finish lower than 2nd. But basically, here is the scenario as it stands right now. We have 3 players within 355 points of one another after yesterday's event. So Julia Bond, with her win last night, moved into third place in points. Verity Crawley is our leader. She's got 124,700 points. Dasha Kovalova in second, just 300 points back. And tournament director Rob Gottschall pointed out to me this morning, Emil, if Verity and Dasha were to finish down in the pack and everybody else finished below them, if Dasha finished one spot ahead of Verity, we could have a tie for Player of the Year.
Whoa.
How crazy is that?
That would be kind of dope. Maybe slightly disappointing from the player perspective.
Well,
just because you'd love to win the award outright, obviously.
And it's not that likely because, they would have to finish one spot behind one another, but every spot from 6th to 24th goes down 300 points. And that is the exact amount separating those two currently.
I know I've never asked this question because I never thought or occurred to me that it ever could happen, but there's nothing happening after that, right? I mean,
it's not a one-game roll-off.
Right.
Yeah. One ball roll-off for Player of the Year. No, it would just be they would be co-players of the year. We'd have to have another trophy made. It would kill our budget because that's an expensive trophy, but
wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's how crazy things are with one more event left in the season on the PWBA Tour. It's pretty exciting, and it's all going to unfold on Sunday on CBS Sports Network. Well, it looks like they've started to figure it out, Emil. I mentioned that this is going to be a high-scoring pattern, and then we didn't see anybody start with the front X number of strikes. But late in the game, we've got Liz Johnson now with a 5-bagger. We've got Sandra Gongora shooting a possible high 230. Kelly Kulik can shoot 259. So business is picking up.
Did you talk about or get into the pattern characteristics at all?
A little bit, yeah. So we talked about it being a 40-foot pattern, 3.89 to 1 ratio, which is, for the PWBA Tour, that's a huge ratio. I mean, that is, and it's still sport compliant, 4 to 1. Anything lower than 4 to 1 is sport compliant. But as good as these players are with a 3.89 to 1 ratio, and they all should be pretty sharp by now with 2 events under their belt, we should see some really high scores here.
Now that I'm sitting and trying to watch where players are playing, and I just looked at Stephanie Zavala's score, and I think it's been a good week of some level of unexpected things happening, and especially within the Player of the Year race. But just on the lanes, she's got 1 mark for 7 frames.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
4 splits, and I'm just guessing that she's got the first 2 5-3s on maybe PBA washout type leagues.
Yeah.
Based on what I've been seeing here. Short. Oh.
Well, the good news is there's still 23 games left after this one.
That is correct.
A lot of bonus pins available. So if you're going to shoot a bad game, might as well get it out of the way early.
Just from the angles I've watched, which is rare to say, but Steph looks to be further right potentially. The shot I saw in the right lane, you'll see her actually in this shot. Like, in comparison, she was further right than Stephanie Johnson. But you don't see that very often.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Zavala misses if she if she misses this spare, she's going to have one mark through eight frames, which is pretty crazy.
Quality shot there for Steph. Well, we've been saying that a lot, obviously. Stephanie's thrown a lot of quality shots here so far this week.
I mean, she's going to need a mark in the 9th or 10th for 100. Yeah.
Talk about some adversity early.
Wow. Spot in the field an early 150 pins. So Steph with a nice little bailout here. He's got 4 out of the last 5 strikes. So 203 with 1 more strike.
Interesting how this pattern is already potentially producing some tricks. Like, yeah, there's some score clearly. I see Parkin is in the books with 257. Kelly Kulick shot 259. I thought I saw Liz Johnson. Yeah, she can.
Liz has a big game going. She can shoot 259 as well. Steph with 4 through the middle on the fill ball. Shoots 197. What's funny, Emil, is it looks like because the volume, the ratio is so high, they're very wet dry. And I think that's what we're seeing with Zavala, is that she's having to get left to get away from the friction out by the gutter, and they're basically clipped already.
This is a very rare historical feat that Hosan just mentioned, which is true. Technically, Liz Johnson just won her first career match at the PWBA Tour Championship. Good stuff there,
great.
Hosan. Nice job.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
if anyone knows about Liz Johnson's stats, it's our guy Hosan.
Yeah, in this format, all it means is you just go to the next game with 30 more bonus points.
Hey, it's in the history books now, though. We should see something different on the field here for Cote. I tell you, well, JT, this match is going to be over. The Zavala Crawley match still got about a frame and a half left. I have to check it out, and I just want to see the adjustments she's going to try to make, and obviously she's been trying to make adjustments throughout the game. I guess that at some point you just got to try to breathe.
Yeah, you definitely want to breathe. It's sometimes underrated. All right. A little bit more than 22 seconds.
Fortunately,
switch there, but yeah, another open frame, and she's got 88 in the 9th. Needs a mark here for 100.
Boy.
Wow. She is not going to bowl 100.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is an opportunity that you certainly wouldn't expect. But you talk about being able to overcome some adversity in a tournament or in life, period. She's got a chance to rewrite a completely different story now.
Yeah. Lowest first game ever to win a tournament.
I mean, because there's really no words that you would have for that type of situation.
What's
Completely
your
unexpected.
lowest game that you've ever bowled in competition?
I don't. It's a good question. I know I've got.
After you were like 5 years old.
Oh, I know I've gotten some 1-0s.
in competition. Yeah.
I recall a couple of times fighting to get to 100. It happens. It's rare, especially for this caliber and at this level, certainly. But no one is immune.
Yeah. Man.
Verity with some trouble here to end this game as well.
Yeah, good news for her is she does get the 30 bonus pins, but it's going to be a 177 for her.
I think it's just the way it happened. If you look at the scorecard, and Hosan confirmed that the first 2 frames were washouts, just never really had an idea of what was probably happening on the lane. So the more you move and try to figure it out, and you're not comfortable, right? So then your body and your breathing, everything's kind of all off. You're trying to leave something. Well, you're just trying to strike and then leave something, hopefully, that you can make. And it just gets you completely out of rhythm. And as a bowler, and I feel like we can all attest, when you are out of rhythm and everything is off and you're trying to be perfect to place a ball instead of trying to, just hit the target, you're trying to place it. You're trying to make your ball strike. It's just the worst place to be in. It's the worst thing to feel.
Well, that is the end of game number 1. So we're going to go ahead and sign off of Facebook Live. You saw it here, folks. You got to see a 96 game on Facebook Live by the Rookie of the Year, one of the best players on tour, who just won a title a couple of days ago. So if you want to tune in and see how she bounces back, be sure to head over to Bowl TV. You're not going to want to miss the rest of the coverage here of the Tour Championship and find out who wins this Player of the Year race, which is basically like a game of Mario Kart right now. It's just absolutely neck and neck. So thanks for watching this morning here on the Bowl TV YouTube channel and the PWBA Facebook page. Catch the rest of the action over on bowltv.com. Get your subscription today. And we'll take a short break from our coverage, and we'll join you back on Bowl TV here in just a moment. Remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. All right, folks, we are back here on Bowl TV. So yeah, we're gonna leave it on this pair. We had a couple of interesting comments in the chat talking about how awful this pair was. And so how would you like to be Dasha Kovalova and Kelly Kulik, and you walk up to the pair and you see 177 versus 96, and that's the pair you're going to be bowling on next. So let's give it a few frames and see if these players can figure out this pair. We'll also check back in on Stephanie Zavala. And I guess, when I come out and say that the scores are going to be high today, and one of our first players on the featured pair shoots 96, you gotta imagine people out there saying, "Hey, what the heck are you talking about, guy?"
Well, I do think it's important to understand that while it seems highly unlikely every time a professional takes the lanes that they would shoot 200. But those things happen. It's so rare. But if you get lost quickly on whatever it is that you're bowling on, the washouts and the splits start to mount up, man. It really does something to you. And it's like, all of a sudden you're 6 frames in, you don't have a mark.
Yeah.
And so your mindset is just completely different. Like now you're literally thinking about, I just got to get to 100.
Well, and again, you're talking about a player who made the show at the U.S. Women's Open, and has bowled well on some of the most difficult conditions you can imagine.
Yeah.
And then we put out a 3.89 to 1 ratio and shoots 96 the first game. It just kind of goes to show you, if you don't match up correctly, and even if there's a little bit more dry to your right than you're used to seeing, sometimes it can be too much, and you have to figure out how to tame the pattern, to blend the pattern is what the term the players and the ball reps use. And she certainly wasn't able to do that in the first game. She'd miss a little right and it would go high. She'd miss a little left and it would miss the head pin.
Yeah, and watching now, getting an opportunity to see the other players play on this pattern, and see more bowling balls down the lane. Most players look to be right. There's still some washouts that you can get. Sandra Gongora to the left is throwing a purple hammer on the outside part of the lane, but it still looks like if you miss left, you could still be in a bit of some trouble. I think the main thing to take away is Stephanie Zavala is a fantastic bowler, and she's going to rebound exquisitely, and I think still be in a position to win this tournament. That's my opinion on that. But it also goes to show no one is immune to some tough games and some adversity on the lanes, and you continue to help write or continue to write your own story. She just added a chapter she certainly didn't expect, but she controls the ending. And she's got 3, or will have an opportunity for 3 in a row here.
Well, that certainly does seem to be the story here early, and I think Dasha and Kelly are kind of showing us that there's really nothing wrong with this pair. But let's switch over to watch Stephanie, and she has bounced back with the front 3 this game, so she's already got her first game beat. So as you can see, Stephanie with the front 4. Also, speaking of bouncing back, interesting to see how Maria Jose Rodriguez will bounce back after that just devastating loss last night. She had that title within her grasp, and the combination of a six-bagger by Julia Bond, clutch bowling down the stretch, and the terrible break for Maria in the 10th was just a heartbreaking finish.
The neighbors. It's happened before. It's the neighbors.
So Zavala already has destroyed her first game score in four frames. And some funny comments in the chat about maybe this could be the biggest margin of difference in first game to second game in the history of the tour. Bang! Sorry to steal your phrase.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So that was a good opportunity to throw that in because she's just rewriting the story. Like if you really think about it, right? She won a title already, locked up Rookie of the Year. You couldn't be at a higher point emotionally, right? I mean, you've accomplished so much in your very young and short career professionally, all the things that you wanted to do. So the story's not finished by any stretch, but if that was it for the week, it'd be like, okay, that's a very nice story, and it's a good way to cap off the week, obviously with the Tour Championship.
Oh, baby, front six.
And then you start the worst possible way that you could start. And then you get an immediate chance to rewrite the story. It's almost like everything that happened before today doesn't even matter now. Technically, it doesn't because we're in a new event, and she's got a chance to add a major to her repertoire, if you will. And now she does what she does in game one, now has the front six.
Yeah.
In game two. So
I'll tell you what I missed Zavala's first two titles. I was not out on the road with you guys. You were there.
Yes.
And so I didn't really get an idea of how good she was. And then I watched her compete at the U.S. Women's Open. And she was down so many times in that tournament. And I just thought, okay, well, this is it. She's gonna drop to the bottom of the standings. It's over. And then she would just find a way to bounce back and shoot 250 and get herself right back in the tournament. And I was so impressed with her resilience. And I think that's exactly what she's showing here. She just shook off a 96 game. I might just quit after that. But here she is, game two, front six. And, if she goes off the sheet, she'll still be minus for the tournament.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
Well, she will get the 30 bonus pins, so she would be plus a little bit. But, yeah, what an interesting story to start.
We got a long way to go today.
We do. Long day, 16 games, plenty of time for not just Stephanie, but everybody else in the field to make up ground. And speaking of standings, we do have our game one update. Our leader after one, Kelly Kulik. She bowled 259 with the 30 bonus pins, so she's at plus 89. Missy Parkin in second at plus 87. Misaki Mukatani in third at plus 76. Liz Johnson in fourth at plus 74. Shalin Zulkifli in fifth at plus 69. Birgit Noreiks in sixth at plus 65. Brianna Cote at plus 58. Sandra Gongora, plus 56. Liz Culkin in ninth at plus 46. Diana Z in 10th at plus 35. Shannon Sellens in 11th at plus 26. Daria Payok in 12th at plus 25. Jen Higgins in 13th at plus 22. And just a few notable names: Julia Bond, who won that incredible match last night to win the title, shot 189 the first game in a losing effort. She's in 21st. And not surprisingly, Stephanie Zavala, she's 79 pins behind 23rd, but she's going to make up a lot of that here this game, and it's pretty remarkable.
I'm rooting for this perfection.
Yeah,
openly rooting for it. Honestly, I want to see this happen. You can't get more resilient. Talking about the life giving you lemons. That's got to be the best damn lemonade I've ever had.
Well, Doug Barr was not happy with our choice to switch to this, but he may be changing his mind now.
Hello to all the good people in Bowl TV chat too, by the way. Hope you're doing well this morning. So JT, let me, from the pattern perspective, I looked at the forward oil, and there's this little lip of forward oil that gets you to 30 feet, maybe about 27 to 30 feet there. You know, my graph and lane knowledge is still very novice, if you will. I get a lot of great, obviously, info from Nick Hoagland and talking to other players. But I was just curious, that struck me because I didn't see that in the other patterns. It's forward oil, but it's not like it's visible.
Yeah.
Here. In your experience or understanding, what is just that little additional forward oil to that spot really?
It's going to give them more hold. I mean, it's not a lot. You can see it's only
right. It's
a very small amount, but this pattern is not designed to be hard.
Right.
There's no tricks to this pattern. It's very straight. As much as Stephanie Zavala made him look tough the first game, it is not designed to be a difficult pattern. It's designed to be very well blended and for the players to be able to score. And we'll have to see how it plays out over the course of this opening 8 games in terms of how they transition. But, I mean, Stephanie Zavala, she's really showing us both sides of it. Here, the first 2 games, there's some pitfalls in game 1. I mean, she pulled 96. If just in case you're tuning in, you see her here with the front 8. She pulled 90, not 196. She pulled 96 the first game. And now she's got the front 8. So they are a little wet dry because the ratio is so high, 3.89 to 1. It's a ratio you really never see out here. But once you figure out where to play, you'll have a little bit of room, and you should be able to throw a lot of strikes. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here from Zavala, both sides of the coin.
Well, she's going to step up here momentarily, an opportunity to get to the front 9. Based on the way she's playing the lanes here, and I referenced when we saw a couple of shots of her in the first game that it seemed like she was playing them further right than Stephanie Johnson was at that time, which was a little strange just because of we know how each Stephanie kind of likes to play the lanes in that regard, and she looks a bit more comfortable. That goes without saying if she wraps a 10-pin there.
Well, if the lanes are clipped, you have a couple of choices of how you can play them. You can play them to the right and keep the ball in the dry, but in order to do that, you really have to either throw urethane if you have a high rev rate or a lot of axis rotation, or you have to be a straighter player. Or if you like to hook the ball, you can play in the oil, right? And so Stephanie has figured out, hey, I can't be laying the ball down that far right. It just creates way too much over under for me. So she had to move in the oil, and typically when you move in the oil, you lose a little bit of carry. And so if they are easy, if you ever notice you bowl in a very easy league center. Typically, the players that throw it hard and play to the right are the ones that average the highest. Have you ever noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so this volume, we're talking about it like it's an easy pattern. Compared to what the players are used to bowling on, it's a lot easier to hit the pocket, but it's not blended. In fact, I'll tell you an interesting story. There was a tournament that the PBA ran a number of years back called the Red, White, and Blue Tournament. I don't know if you
Yeah, I
remember that
remember
one. Yeah, it was at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, one of our favorite venues. And the players, which pattern, the red pattern was, I believe, 10 to 1. The white pattern was 5 or 6 to 1. And the blue pattern was closer to 4 to 1, maybe 3 to 1. Don't remember the exact numbers. Which pattern do you think the players averaged the highest on?
3 to 1.
3 to 1, because it's more blended. And so the more axis rotation you have and the more rev rate you have, the more over-under you're going to create. And that's what we saw with Stephanie that first game. She was just creating all kinds of over-under. And then she had to figure out where to go on the lane to blend out the pattern. And she finally realized, hey, I've got to get way into the oil so that when I miss a little bit right, the ball doesn't jump through the nose. It lays off a little bit. And she's basically given herself enough room now to be able to miss and get away with it. And so that's why we're seeing her shoot 260 this game.
A couple of finals already in the books here. Game 2 of a Tour Championship match play. Top 24 players from the qualifying totals of the Reno Classic and Pepsi Classic combined. Those scores, top 24, are bowling for the final major of the season. And speaking of playing right with high rev rate and urethane, Sandra Gongora shot 258 doing exactly that. And she is plus 114 after the first 2 games. She defeated Jen Higgins, again, 258 to 190. Shannon Pluhowski, maybe the lone lefty, which is not uncommon, certainly for Shannon Pluhowski. Good spare, by the way, for Zavala. Follows it up beautifully again, 265. In game 2 to get a victory here over Brianna Cote as Bree is finishing things up.
And Gongora actually plus 144 because on the scoreboards up there, it doesn't add the bonus pins for this game. So a good start for her. She's had a fantastic week. She's made both match plays, actually all 3 match plays now.
She's picked up a lot of new fans, too.
Absolutely, and well-deserved. Stephanie Johnson shoots 279 this game. So scores starting to pick up. We had Valerie Bercier shoot 269 this game. Shannon Salins in the 270s, 276 it looks like.
Ooh. It's been like a full day. We're only through 2 games.
I know.
It's definitely the Aaron Smith effect.
I tell you, he leaves and it just gets rough. He's the glue.
He is the glue and the GOAT. Good morning, Sandy. I know I said this already. Some of you said some good mornings too. I missed them. John Rowland. Thomas is good. Darrow. Michelle and Rebecca, Chris, Osa, we talked. Kent, I saw Carla. Yes, little Zozo is he's walking into new adventures now. About to make all our lives a living,
Yeah, I know how that is. Don't worry, when you get older, then all they care about is money. So you don't have to keep them from sticking their fingers in the light socket, but you got to worry about paying for their bills.
Good thing I got some time on that. I'm gonna enjoy it while I can.
Yes.
While I can.
So Maria finishes with an open in 162. It's going to be tough for her, man, to bounce back today. It talked about resilience earlier, but man, that was a really rough way to finish last night.
No doubt. Briefly had a small conversation. I didn't really have words. I just told her because she knows I have kids and we always talk about how they're doing. I just told her, hey, there's a video of little guy walking. Just watch that and hopefully that may help you a little bit. That's all. That's the best I could offer.
Yeah.
There are really no words you could say.
No, yeah.
And you could tell, she had done. There were some emotions just based on her face. I'm sure it was a long night.
Another quick transition to a different pair of lanes here. And watch Daria Payok take on Shalin Zakifli. Contrary to the game of graphic, we are in game number 3. Emil's getting up to go change that. Valerie Bercier will take on Shannon Plahowski. Yeah, Logan with a good question in the chat. This is a different format, different Tour Championship format than what we've done in the past. Since 2015, the Tour Championship format was a bracket, 16 players, and the top 2 in points for the season were seeded onto the CBS Sports Network finals, and then the 3 and 4 seeds got 1 bye. But yeah, this is a different format completely. This one was open to anyone who wanted to enter. And basically to get into the Tour Championship, you had to qualify in the top 24 based on the qualifying totals from the first 2 events, the Reno Classic and the Pepsi Classic. So a little bit different format, but players are used to it. We have done now 3 Classic Series events, starting off with the Kickoff Classic back in January. And then we had our Summer Classic Series, both of those events at the ITRC in Arlington. And now this is our 3rd, but this is the first that's closed with a major. And a huge top prize available for this one. $50,000 will go to the winner of this year's Tour Championship and the iconic Tour Championship trophy. Should have our Game 2 update here very shortly. See how Dari is playing the lanes here. She's currently under after 2, so she's one of those players that definitely is going to want to be playing in the oil, like we saw Stephanie Zavala. And she's pretty far to the left, and that one still jumps high. Valerie with the strike there in the 4th. She's had a pretty solid week. As many people know, Valerie expecting about 20 weeks along. That one's got a hook. And doesn't. Charlene shot a big game, the last game of the Pepsi Classic qualifying to get herself into the cut here.
Okay. So I finally figured out why this particular channel's cameras tend to float off in the distance. First, I thought it was just the AC. The windy, wind
Yeah.
blowing.
Yeah. Interested to hear your theory on this.
It is the only channel setup, I believe, that
Oh, that's on the table.
is on a table.
Yes. That's right.
And as soon as you get close to the table, it begins to do a little
It does the shimmy.
shake, rattle, and roll.
Yeah.
That was not bothering me. It was really bothering Larry. I don't know if Larry's here,
Yeah.
but I understood his pain and frustrations.
Yeah, there are. The redesign here is really cool, but it basically gave the players a whole bunch more space in the bowlers area. And part of it is that they have these movable, I don't know what to call them. They're not really cabinets, but they're big, I don't even know the word. Because, it's not like you have them in your house. Right, so they hold bowling balls, and they have shelves on them and cubbies for you to put your stuff when you're down there bowling, and they move around. They're very heavy, but you can move. They have furniture sliders on the bottom, and that one, and then in between a lot of them there are water dispensers, and so the one here. Just stop me if this story's getting too boring for you guys at home. You can't push together the pieces of furniture so that the cameras can land right where they need to. So this particular pair, there's a table behind the bowlers area that people also will want to use to put their feet up on if they're sitting in the couches watching the action. Which makes it feel like you're in the middle of an earthquake if you're watching at home. Anyway.
Well, to that point, though, we'll wrap it up. But I was down on the higher end earlier today for this morning, getting set up, and I was standing in a particular spot that the building kind of felt like it was on the move.
Oh yeah. Where we're sitting, we're raised up above the level of the lanes. It's really interesting from the perspective you're seeing. If you go down into the bowlers area, it's a very different perspective. It feels much bigger if you're a bowler than even when you're standing on the concourse. But this place is just so huge, and it was actually designed so that when the facility wasn't being used for bowling events, they could cover the lanes and they could use it as banquet space. But the concourse has this kind of floating build to it, and when people move, and we're on the 4th floor also, by the way, and when you move, the concourse moves a little bit. You can feel it. You can't feel it down on the lanes, but you can feel it up because you're raised above the level of the floor. So it's just very interesting. Sandra Gongora with another big game, working here in game number 3, continuing her great bowling. And we do have a 2-game update. Sandra is in the lead at plus 144 through 2 games, averaging 242. Shannon Sellens in second, averaging 251. And the reason for that difference is that we do have bonus pins. This is match play. So Shannon is at plus 132. Diana Z in third at plus 123. Liz Culkin in fourth at plus 118. And rounding out the top 5 is Kelly Kulik at plus 116. Stephanie Zavala moved up 3 spots that last game. She bowled a 96, in case you happened to miss it in game 1. Not a 196, a 96. 9-6. And with that 265 last game, has moved into 21st at -9.
Tony, that's a good question. JT actually kind of went through that. We were talking about, well, yesterday we were talking about versatility and players being versatile and etc. and being able to dial it back, as you mentioned, quote unquote. If you need to take a little bit off, yeah, you need to be able to do that, certainly. As far as today, I think JT's explanation of the pattern, and I'll ask him to go through that in a brief thought again for those who may just be joining us regarding blend versus clipped, words that you may hear often but maybe didn't know the proper or the bowling definition for it, if you will. So, JT, if you could share that thought one more time.
Yeah, so we're bowling on a pattern that has a very high ratio, which is very unusual on the PWBA tour. Typically, we bowl on a lot flatter. I say we like I'm out there bowling. The ladies bowl on a much flatter ratio, typically in the 1.5 to 2.5 to 1 range. This particular pattern is 3.89 to 1. So it's just under the ratio required for the condition to be considered a sport bowling pattern. But for these ladies, it's a very cliffed pattern. You know, there's a lot more oil in the middle part of the lane than they typically are used to seeing, and the outside part of the lane hooks a lot. And so what that creates is what players will call an over-under reaction. If they're playing right along the oil line at around the 10 board, if they miss to the right, they hit a lot of friction. And if they miss right early, the ball hooks too early, and they'll miss left at the pins. If they miss a little bit inside a target, the ball will hit a lot more oil, and it will skid and miss the pocket to the right. So you miss left at your target, miss right at the pins. So what you've got to do is you've got to find a place on the lane to play where you blend out those misses. So if you miss a little bit right, the ball hooks the correct amount back to the pocket. And if you miss a little bit left, it lays off the correct amount and still hits the pocket. And if you can get yourself in that spot, you basically have about 3 boards of area. And if you give these players 3 boards of area, that means you're going to see a lot of 250s and 260s and 270s and 300 games.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
And just to kind of follow through on that point, we've done some research with Earl, the bowling robot, on very easy lane conditions and some studies on how much area can you expect to generate at the break point. How many boards do you think, when they're about as easy as possible, how many boards do you think you can expect to have at the break point to be able to hit?
Somewhere between 3 and 5.
It's about 5. Yeah, 5 is about the most you'll and sounds like a lot, right? But I mean, 40 feet away, you ask somebody to, hit 5 inches at 40 feet away. That's not that easy to do. So
5 inches because.
Well, that's because the board is an inch wide.
Correct.
Right?
Just for those who may not know
right.
that.
So you have 5 inches to hit, 5 boards to hit. And it's funny. You give these players a board to the right and a board to the left, they're going to eat it up. They're gonna really shoot some high scores. But again, just because that's out there, they still have to navigate the pair to pair. They still have to navigate, figuring out the correct way to play the lanes to give them that 3 boards. Because if they don't play the right part of the lane, you could actually have no area, which is exactly what we saw Zavala have run into the first game when she shot 96.
appreciate that, Antonio. Glad you got exactly what you needed there. I thought that explanation would do it. Not extremely difficult, still tricky and challenging. Got to know your game, certainly your ball motion and what you're looking for. I think most, or I should say not most, some certainly have been very deliberate this morning on what and how they were planning to attack the lanes. I think Sandra Gongora speaks, or is a really good example of that so far early on. She's going to defeat Stephanie Zavala with a shot 216. Do you think a particular style or preference of play may be more advantageous than others on this path?
Typically, when the conditions are higher scoring, it favors players that throw more power, and not just because of their ability to open the lane up. It's more their ability to carry. But if you don't play the lanes properly, even you can have all the power in the world. If the ball's not coming into the pocket the right way, it's not going to go through the pins right, and you're gonna leave 10 pins and 9 pins, and so you really have to pay attention to how your ball's going through the pins. That's an important thing. And I'll tell you, you would by what I just said, you would say, well, Daria Pajok's going to have the advantage, right? She's the most powerful player in the field, but she's struggling at it. She's minus for 2 games. She just hasn't put together the right combination to get her to the pocket consistently to take advantage of that power. And even though she does have the most powerful strike ball, it's not that much more powerful than everybody else in the field, right? I mean, if you let her hit the pocket 100 times, she's probably going to carry. If she's lined up the right way, and you're not always going to hit the 17.5 board, right? Because that's basically a 99% strike percentage. But she's going to carry some off hits. She'll probably carry somewhere around 70 to 80% of the time if she's lined up very well. And then you take somebody else like Shalin or Plahowski or Stephanie Johnson or Kelly Kulik, some players with a little bit less power, they're still going to carry within 3-4% of that. And I'll tell you, we did some analysis with Lane Talk back when I worked for the PBA at the World Series of Bowling, and really took a deep dive into what was going on, why were certain players able to have an advantage over others. And we assumed that the reason why Belmo and Rash were the best 2 players was because their carry percentage was a lot higher. And it turned out their carry percentage was only maybe 2-3% better than the rest of the field. What set them apart was how good they were at making spares, and in Belmo's case, particularly making splits. He was 15 to 20% better than the rest of the field at making splits. And so you multiply that over a bunch of games, and it turns into 100, 200 pins, which sounds like a lot, but it's only really 2-3 pins a game, and that's all you need. So, I mean, these players are so closely matched. Any little advantage you can get here or there makes a difference.
All right, Game 3 has come to an end, especially on our featured pairs at the moment. There are still a couple of players finishing up Game 3. So most will be entering Game 4 pretty soon. 61-62 in Game 4. We'll have Liz Johnson and Missy Parkin. We'll have Shannon Sellens and Birgit Nordreichs. At some point this block, I'll figure out when to do a viewer's choice. The problem is we only get 6 options in our poll editing.
Oh,
So we can't put all 12 matches.
okay.
So I was thinking about, well, maybe we do half, but that's almost impossible because you're probably going to get at least a few players twice if you do it that way each and every game. So we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll tell you guys to, give us the best matches in your opinion, and then we'll add them to the poll. Somehow we'll have to narrow it down to 6. We'll think about that.
I love Hassan's comment. Okay, one more game, then go to bed. And then at the end of game 4, he's going to say, all right, just one more game, and then I'll go to bed. That's what I would do. Just one more.
Let's see Shannon Sellens for a minute. Shannon has been dealing with a bit of a wrist issue. Been icing it and trying to take care of it as best as possible. Eric's got a good idea. Okay. I think that's fair.
She got off to a good start the first 2 games. Went a little backwards. Well, not backwards, but only picked up 17 pins last game. But certainly in good shape after 3.
Good shot. Able to start here on 63 and 64 again for S. Sellens. You get Sellens, Noterichs. Parkin and Johnson. Liz Johnson, that is. And we saw Missy last night compete in the stepladder finals of the PWBA Pepsi Classic. All right, we'll see LJ, and Hosan will be happy about that. I believe DZ did finish with 279, but I can't confirm. Diana, overall, I think, has still had a really solid week. And it's just missed some shows early. But Diana is a major player. And I mean that with all sincerity and puns. And also no puns because she loves major tournaments. She also extremely high on match play. She loves the head-to-head. Diana Zabiala I'm speaking of. So do not be surprised, certainly, if you see her at the end of round 1 here today, near the top of the leaderboard. We'll have an update for you here in just a second. Emil Williams Jr. with Jason Thomas. Aaron Smith got the morning off. We'll talk to Aaron this afternoon when round 2 begins at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern on Bowl TV. JT mentioned Shannon Sellens that got out to a great start. She went 226, 276. Wow, Hosan breaking news here. That's an interesting chop there from Missy. Early open. Hosan just said that we read news about Team Malaysia. Sinley Jane and Esther Chia retired from the team. Wow. That's something else there. I do hope that they will have some additional opportunities to compete here on tour. Those are two of the best players to ever bowl for Team Malaysia. Or Sinley Jane, a champion here on the PWBA tour. Esther Chia has made a couple of top 12s and match play appearances in her time on tour as well. Good shot there for Unigans. G2 breaking through, now a two-time champion on the PWBA tour on that first singles title. This season. Pretty interesting match brewing between Sandra Gongora and Stephanie Johnson. All right, quick update. And speaking of being in the lead and near the top of the leaderboard, Diana Zavjalova has now moved into the lead. That's plus 232. She is 3-0, so that includes 90 pins worth of bonus. Ring 10 there for Liz Johnson. Sandra Gongora is second. She too 3-0 at plus 209. Main difference there is that Zavjalova 742 scratch for the first three. 719 scratch for Gongora for the first three. Shannon Sellens shot 217 to get another victory. She is third at plus 179. 719 also. The first three games scratch 2-1 so far. Valerie Bercier is fourth at plus 152. She is 2-1. Stephanie Johnson is fifth at plus 149. She is 2-1. Birgit Nordreichs is sixth right now at plus 145. Missy Parkin is seventh at plus 135. Julia Bond, last night's PWBA Pepsi Classic champion, is eighth at plus 117. Shannon O'Keefe is ninth at plus 108. And Kelly Kulik right now rounds out the top 10 at plus 100. Again, 24 players in the mix here for the PWBA Tour Championship. Different format. I saw a question about that. Not sure if JT had mentioned it, but yes, the tour format is a little, or tour championship format, a little different this year. In previous years, the tour championship field was based on champions from that season. Again, champions from that season, and then the rest of the 16 players of the 16-player field was made up of players who were the highest in the points list. the last couple of seasons, specifically 17, well, really 16, 17, 18, and 19 were held in Richmond, Virginia. 17, 18, and 19 specifically were held at Richmond Raceway in partnership with, of course, NASCAR. And speaking of Sandra Gongora, she has continued dominant. So we're going to make a quick move over to 49 and 50. She has the front seven. A good match here with against Stephanie Johnson. And then since they're going to be done quick, we'll take you back to Sellens, Nordreichs, Johnson, and Parkin. So finishing up the story in partnership with NASCAR and Go Bowling. The Go Bowling 250 race was held on Friday, typically, just after the PWBA Tour Championship show wrapped up generally a couple days earlier. Had some stuff, some cool kind of meet and greet opportunities with players, drivers, fans coming into, I can't think of the name of the actual venue that.
Richmond Raceway?
No. The venue within the venue that the actual bowling took place.
Yeah.
The Old Dominion
Old
building.
Dominion building, yeah.
And of course, obviously 2020 was 2020. And 2021 brings us this event back again, but in a different form. But, of course, a higher prize fund and $50,000 to the winner live on Sunday afternoon, CBS Sports Network. What is it, 2 p.m. Eastern?
The show?
Yes.
2 p.m.
Is it 2 p.m. Pacific time?
5 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you. 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern on Sunday, which is Halloween.
Got our Halloween playlist all set. And by the way, if you're local, if you're within, 1,000 miles of Reno, we will to the first 100 guests that come watch the show, and it's free. The show's free. Free hot dog and a soda.
Mm.
And we'll have Halloween candy for the kids. Signs you can make. Oh gosh, Black Cloud.
Yeah.
Okay, but Cote still has her string going, front seven. So we'll keep it here.
So candy for the kids.
Candy for the kids.
A free hot dog.
Free hot dog and soda for the first 100.
A free hot dog and pop.
Yeah. And I mean the
No
best.
soda. No soda.
I mean, if it's anything close to what we had last night, it's worth driving 1,000 miles to get here to Reno. Watch. I mean, that show last night was about as entertaining as
It was good.
you'll ever see.
One of the best I've seen, certainly in person. Well, you heard the man. If you can make it, come on out.
Chris, I wouldn't have left if I'd known free food was involved.
Thank you to Jazz Real Tan. A, for watching, and B, for following up and confirming in a different way. All right, so we know that Cindy, Jane, and Esther are not retired. Team Malaysia.
I saw Jane post a video recently of just kind of getting back into the swing of things, and of course through strife. Just like riding a bike for her.
My thoughts still remain the same, though. I hope they have some opportunities to come back out in 2022. I almost said 2021.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they came out and bowled, both of those teams, if they came out and bowled the whole season, There's a good chance Player of the Year would already be wrapped up. Whether it's, any number of players. But Sin Lee Jane might be the best bowler in the world the last 6 years. I mean, every time she comes over, she makes the show or wins or bowls well.
All right, Cote. Out to 8. Always nice to see Jazriel Tan's name in the chat. Even better to see her in person, which we did get a chance to do that at the U.S. Women's Open. All right, Cote. 9 in a row. Oh, that was ferocious.
Would you say bang?
Oh, I saved it.
You saved it? You're going to save it for the end?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and she's playing a little further right with a little bit of a ball that's got a little surface on it that's picking up a little early to blend out the pattern. And obviously working pretty well.
Sandra can get to 279, and depending on what Diana does here, maybe reclaim the lead.
Yeah, I got a little worried there for a second when I said how easy the lanes were going to be today and how high the scores were going to be, and our first player out of the gate shoots 96. But certainly the last few games have proven me right. Did you go through the standings already?
I did. We went through the
Okay.
top 10, but we can do it again.
No,
I think we got some
new people.
some new viewers in the building.
Yeah, Diana Z leading at plus 232. This includes bonus pins, so she's rolled a 742 scratch with a 3-0 record. Sandra Gongora in second at plus 209. She's averaging 239.67, and she is tied in average with Shannon Sellens, but Shannon 30 pins back because she's won one less game, one less match. She's at plus 179. Valerie Bercier in fourth at plus 152, and rounding out the top 5, Stephanie Johnson at plus 149. Then there's a number of players who are plus, everybody all the way down to Stephanie Zavala, who we mentioned bowled 96 the first game, but she's plus. She shot 577 the first 3 with a 96 game. How about that?
It's impressive.
We have a coworker, Emil, Sam Guy, who bowled a 600 series with a sub 100 game his first game. Yeah, he came out on a late shot. I believe he shot 88 the first game. He averages 220 plus, bowled 88 the first game, then went 279, 268. So it happens.
Wow. I'm about to send Sam Guy an email.
Happen. It does happen. And he didn't even move pairs.
Good shot there from Gongora, but it results in a 4-pin. So she'll be now in the 250s. And again, mentioned the great week so far for Gongora. It's been an even better week out, arguably, for Brianna Cote. First offering in the 10th frame is trouble. Wow. The 3-4-10.
Very unusual. And especially considering she's trying to play him a little straighter. Usually you don't leave that unless you're really hooking the ball a lot on the back part of the lane. It's possible she ran into a little bit of transition there. And no trouble on the spare. She makes it like it's a 3-pin.
That pretty much sums up her week.
Yeah, even when she makes a mistake, she just gets out of it scot-free.
$259 for Gongora. She'll get the win over Stephanie Johnson. Of course, Cote is going to beat Dasha Kovalova here. Yeah, I got you on that one, Chris. I appreciate you, though. I was probably actually stealing your thunder because you handle cool things like that sometimes for us. We appreciate it. Good opportunity to note, though, if you are watching on a computer and you have the chat up, of course, the first icon underneath your name is the chat. And then to the right, you'll see that I for the info. And that gives you all the information from so far in the week. So, Tour Championship, the roster, prize run, the Classic Series, all of that stuff, match play schedule, oil pattern, qualifying, match play results, etc. All of that is there, including the Reno Classic and Pepsi Classic. If you'd like to go back and look at that items or those items, as well as the full schedule. All of that can be found in the info tab. And I believe I haven't seen the latest standings that we talked about Player of the Year wise, but I think those are updated now as well. So all of your info that you may need is there. Of course, we left the Sellens Nordreichs match a little early because of the multiple front 7s and 8s that we had. But Shannon did finish with 256, defeating Bjørget by 3 pins, 256 to 253. And so Sellens is continuing her very good start here today.
I was going to switch, Emil, but there aren't any other matches to switch to.
All right, so coming up next for Game 5, if we're here, 49 and 50, we'll have Liz Culkin. I haven't seen Liz yet today, and Missy Parkin. We will see Birgit Nordreichs and Ashley Galante. I haven't seen Miss Galante yet today either. Let's go ahead and I'm going to take Eric's idea and go with the top 6 leaders. That idea regarding how to choose 6 options to create a viewer's choice poll. I'm going to do that in Game 6. And then we'll do it again in Game 8. That's a maybe. Definitely Game 6. And then maybe you'll get 2 opportunities for viewer choices. Well, you get that opportunity again for Game 8. And then that could be something that starts with a G, ends with a Y.
I know what that is. I don't even need to buy a vowel.
final shot coming up here for Davyalova, and looks like Diana's going to be in the 250s. Well, while we wait, JT, are there any bills to pay?
Absolutely. There are always bills to pay. So while we wait for the next game, let's check. You like quantums, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Let's check out commercial from Brunswick for the latest quantum. Be right back with more coverage here at the PWBA Tour Championship on Bowl TV.
Quantum Evo Series celebrates the evolution of technology within one of bowling's greatest series of balls, the Quantum. The keystone for the Quantum balls has been the mushroom-shaped core, and this is where our engineers started developing the next evolution of easier revving, more versatile Quantum bowling balls. For more information on our Quantum Evo Series and other Brunswick bowling balls, visit our social media platforms and also brunswickbowling.com.
Thanks, Dom.
Good old Dom Barrett, former U.S. Open champion. Dom Barrett. In fact, Dom Barrett won the U.S. Open on Halloween.
He did.
One of the funnest nights of my career doing sideline music. And we've got that same playlist ready for tomorrow's show. So if you like Halloween music and dressing up in costumes and free hot dogs and candy, the show on Sunday is right up your alley.
Yeah, tell a friend.
So game number 5, this thing moving quickly.
Rest well indeed. Have a good sleep, old Sam.
Missy Parkin, one of those players in the hunt for Player of the Year. And she's done that without the benefit of having won a title. So she's currently 6th place in points. And she's one of those players that if she were to win the Tour Championship, and Crawley, Kovalova, and Bond all finished lower than 2nd, she would win Player of the Year. Liz Johnson also in that same position as Missy. She could win this tournament, which, by the way, shocking, as Hosan alluded to, never has won a match, meaning she's never won the Tour Championship. It's really kind of one of the only things, it may be the only thing that she hasn't won. She's won the Players' Championship. She's won the Queens multiple times. She's won the U.S. Women's Open, I think, every year we've had it. Just kidding. She's won it a lot. But but she's never won the Tour Championship. And how cool would it be for her, to finally take home this title, and then potentially she could win a 4th PWBA Player of the Year.
I think things like that happen when you typically least expect them. And every time I think we expected her to win the tour championship based on obviously her performance leading up to it, she would always lose in the semifinals, or of course she was normally seeded multiple times into the show directly because she was one of the top 2 players in the points list going into it. And the one time, it might have been 19, where she was 5th, I think, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, well, maybe she can get into a little bit of a rhythm by bowling some of the earlier matches. And it still didn't happen.
No.
So,
and obviously part of one of the greatest matches in the history of the PWBA when Shannon O'Keefe won her first tour championship, the roll-off in the semifinals, the 3-ball roll-off. That was an incredible match. But Liz came up on the losing end of that.
Nearly a washout conversion there for Ashley Galante. Solid week 2 for Galante. Take a look at the classic standings. Galante finished tied for 10th. Very solid 21st in the Pepsi Classic. Allowed her to qualify for the Tour Championship. She qualified a tie for 15th place with Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus 404. All pins dropped this morning prior to the start of match play. Solid stretch here for Galante. We've been saying that about certain players. Their performances have been excellent. Cote, Galante, Gongora certainly. Good notes on, again, what Missy Parkin has done this season. Not a title. Will that change? Thought it might have changed last night. She had that opportunity. But fell to Julia Bond in the semifinals, 256 to 220. Bond's 3 matches, she was the number 3 seed and opened up against Stephanie Johnson, defeated her 203 to 192. Then faced the number 2 seed Missy Parkin, again 256 to 220. Through the back 6 last night versus Maria Jose Rodriguez to force Maria to strike on the first shot from the 10th frame. Was it strike spare? last
Yeah,
night
she needed a
too.
strike spare to lock up the win. 9 spare strike would have been a tie.
And for those of you who saw it, obviously a very, very devastating pocket 7-10 lead last night for Maria. A lot of credit to Bond for throwing the back six and forcing that situation.
Yeah, that was really what made the match so fantastic was Julia Bond came from no man's land. Basically, she, as I mentioned in our probability calculator, when she stepped up in the 7th frame, she had a 3% chance to win that match. And she basically had to go off the sheet to have any chance to win. And Maria didn't do anything wrong. You know, she threw great shots. She got away with a little bit of a break in the 9th. She went high and almost left the 4-6-7 and broke up the split and made the spare, but then made a good shot in the 10th and got about as bad of a break as you can get. I mean, a solid 8 wouldn't have been as bad of a break in that moment as what she left, because basically there was nothing she could do. It ended the match. She had to have 9 or better to at least have a chance to tie. And I mean, that could have been a strike just as easily as 9 or what she left. I mean, what she left was probably the least likely thing she should have left.
And back in the Reno Classic, which seems now so long ago. At this point, the stepladder finals featured Stephanie Johnson. Steph is the only player at this point to make both stepladder finals here this week. And she has been the number 4 seed both times, or qualified as the 4th seed both times. In the Reno Classic, she won her opening match, defeating Kelly Kulick 205-189, then ran into Stephanie Zavala, who was the number 2 seed. And Johnson lost 233-194. Zavala advanced to face top seed Brianna Cote, where she won her 3rd PWBA title, defeating Cote 207-194. If you missed either of those shows, I encourage you to check the archived events channel here on Bowl TV. See each in its entirety, along with the preceding match play and qualifying rounds as well.
What is your thoughts, Emil? We do actually post those stepladder finals on our Bull TV YouTube channel after the fact.
That is right.
And I noticed something when I went to the comment section this morning. A lot of folks post the winner, congratulations to the winner, in the comment section. And then a lot of other folks say, hey, thanks for spoiling. Now I don't even have to watch the show. Well, that one you want to watch to see what happened, right? But yeah, I can see the point. So what is your take on the etiquette with respect to spoiling? I mean, because that thing, 10 years from now, you go back and watch it, are you going to care that it's spoiled in the comments?
No. I am a component of if it happened live already, then it's not really a spoiler.
Yeah.
To me. Now, it's a spoiler in an individual because, you know, if you're trying to watch something or if you know something's coming on and you're not going to get a chance to watch it and you would like to watch it before you see like social media, right? Generally speaking, these days, there's a sporting event that you want to watch, you're going to DVR because you know you can't watch it when it's happening, then stay off Twitter.
Right.
Exactly. Right. So,
yes.
In that sense, as the individual, I understand it, but the overall aspect of it, if it's live, it kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
It happened to me once. I was at another event.
I hate when my phone gives me a notification and you look down at it and you go, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you didn't. Right, exactly.
I didn't. That's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Technology bad in some cases. I remember commenting on something about, I was not at the Spokane event, I was at a different event, and I said, Danielle McEwen has won the PWBA Spokane Open. Someone said, "Oh no, I was going to watch that." They posted on YouTube, and I'm like, it was just on live. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you can't be upset with me for just talking about something that literally just happened.
Right. I actually, in an upcoming Bowler's Journal column that I've written, we talk about Cobra Kai and the Karate Kid, and I give people a warning that spoilers will follow, right? And but then again, I don't feel too bad about spoiling a movie that came out 37 years ago that you should have already watched 20 times.
I would. Yes. There are the times, like in our the Bowl TV or other USBC events, right, where there are taped shows, and we have had many opportunities to have to write about certain things about said show or shows that will not have aired, but the news, of course, has to go out. So, of course, a spoiler alert to start that story or release at the top, even on the social media post. So if you don't want to know the results before this show or these shows air, like ITCs or something like that, then yes, like, don't read it. But the news is the news in that situation.
Ryan McDonough still waiting to find out who shot Jay.
Yeah, nicely done.
That's good. Good stuff.
Showing some. My grandmother used to watch that show. I'm not trying to date people, but I do. I used to watch a few episodes of that with her. I also watched a lot of soap operas with my grandmother too. So just General Hospital, All My Children, Young and the Restless, One Life to Live.
Good stuff.
She also let me dabble in coffee when I was way too young.
With milk or without?
Definitely had creamer in it. Motorites and Parkin have had the strings here. Well, Norix is clean and on her way to a potential victory.
Do have our 4-game update, which we'll run down here. Diana Z, big last 3 games. She's gone 258, 279, 255, 997 scratch, and she is 4-0. She's at plus 317 in the lead. Sandra Gongora, who we watched last game, is in second at plus 298. Shannon Sellens in third at plus 265. Birgit Norikes, who we're watching here this game, is in fourth at plus 198. And Shannon O'Keefe rounds out the top 5. We will be taking 5 to the stepladder finals here on Sunday. She's at plus 173. We haven't really talked much about Shannon O'Keefe this week. We haven't had her in for an interview. I mean, for somebody who's going for a 3rd Player of the Year award, she's really kind of coming in under the radar, and she's still very, very much in the hunt for Player of the Year. In fact, she's 4th, and if she were to win this tournament, would lock up Player of the Year, no matter where anybody else finishes. So, and she's had a very solid couple of days in the qualifying rounds, but she missed match play for both events.
Mm-hmm. In a very weird, odd way, I feel like Shannon is okay with that in this particular situation. I know she's been dealing with a little hip IT band situation after the U.S. Women's Open, and she's been working on just getting it treated, trying to feel better, certainly enough to be able to come out and compete this week. And then, she coached last weekend. McKendree to a runner finishing at their host tournament. So took a late flight, got to Reno late, missed the practice session. Still managed to finish 13th at the Reno Classic, and then unfortunately just missed out again by a couple of spots in the Pepsi Classic, but bowled well enough, of course, and consistent enough to certainly qualify for the Tour Championship, which ultimately, obviously Shannon is a major player, as
Yeah.
you certainly know. And so to still have the opportunity to win a Tour Championship and win the Player of the Year, a bit of a different feeling, and as we get later into the season, and a bit of new territory in comparison to the last couple, but still right there, which means obviously her talent level is still the same, and she's still to this point certainly right now the best player on tour.
Well, it's been an interesting year for sure. She came out, won the first event of the season, and there was a lot made about the way that she won Player of the Year the previous 2 years. The first year she got way ahead and then kind of got obsessed with it, and it led her into some bad performances, and Danielle McEwen almost was able to steal it away at the end. And then she had a very different approach in 2019 and just utterly dominated the tour. Had one of the greatest seasons in the history of the PWBA. In fact, according to our series that we did, the 9th greatest season in the history of the PWBA. And this year, it's really been kind of quiet on the front of setting goals. And you know that's the goal, right, for O'Keefe. She's so competitive, and she wants to win Player of the Year. It would mean a lot to her to put her name up there with Liz Johnson as players who have won 3 consecutive Player of the Years. In fact, they'd be the only 2 ever to accomplish it. But it's been interesting to kind of see her this week. Normally when she misses cuts, she'll be very critical of herself for a little bit of time after the round is over. And we saw a little bit of evidence of that in the piece we did for the Queens a couple of months back when she had the bad day. But then she comes in the next day and she's in a great mood. But it seems like this week she's been in a good mood all week, just kind of under the radar. We haven't talked to her much just because there's been so many storylines. But I mean, I would not be surprised at all to see her slide in, make this show, win this tournament, and take home Player of the Year once again. But I also think for her, the big bucket list. What do you think the big bucket list item is for Shannon O'Keefe at this point?
U.S. Women's Open.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that one she's kind of gotten to the same point, where Belmo was at, where you've basically done everything. You've won all of the majors. She didn't win a Players Championship, and that event's gone away again. But she did finish second in that event. But the U.S. Women's Open is the white whale for her. She's got a couple of second place finishes in that event, and
a third,
and really, I feel like that's the event that you would associate her with, because she's so great at repeating. She's such a great grinder. She's so tenacious that event was one you would think she would win multiple times. And so I know it was tough. She just barely missed the show this year. She finished 6th, came up just a little short, and that took a lot of wind out of her sails. But I think certainly winning this one again for the 3rd time and taking home Player of the Year would be a nice consolation for not being able to get the U.S. Women's Open deal done again this year.
Larkin defeats Colkin 241 to 181. And Birgit Nordreichs took care of Ashley Galante. I believe it was 233 to 205. And we are moving on to Game 6. But before we do that, JT, let's go over to 57 and 58, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
That's the end of.
In fact, while I do that, let's check out a message from one of our great gold partners, Storm Bowling Products. We'll be back with Game 6 here on Bowl TV.
Well, lot of professional tournaments. We won a lot of tournaments worldwide. I mean, we won more in the last 10 years worldwide than any company. We make good bowling balls, and good players use our bowling balls because they can win with them.
You can see the end of Julia Bond's 10th frame here, where she had a chance to defeat Kelly Kulick.
I'll tell you what, Julia Bond is a finisher. That performance last night was, I mean, again, 3% chance stepping up in the 7th. And she really didn't have the greatest look. It was good enough. But some of those shots she threw, I think there was really one in there that she got away with that carried a light mixer. But all the other ones were just packed. Carbon copies, one on top of the other. And then, obviously got the break with Maria leaving that 7-10. And she's won 3 titles this year. Her and Zavala, the only 2 players with 3. And not only that, but she's got a major under her belt as well. And so she is one of those players that we're talking about, the 6. The Stellar 6, who are still alive.
Is that a nickname we're giving?
Yeah. Actually, it's the Stellar 7. You still have Liz Johnson in there as well. Again, Verity Crawley leads the points right now for Player of the Year. Dasha Kovalova in second, just 300 points back of her. And then Julia Bond, just 355 out of the lead in third. O'Keefe in fourth, less than 3,000 behind Crawley. And then Cote, Parkin, and Johnson, all within 8,000 of the lead. Verity taking on her good friend Daria. Daria with a big messenger there in the first. And Verity off to a rough start. Currently minus 41, and with hits like that, it's going to be a pretty tall mountain to climb. Verity's known for being able to put on big runs and shoot some huge games, but she's already put herself well behind. So we're getting to the point now, Emil, where players are running into pairs where maybe there's been some urethane that have gone down the lane, and so you miss a little bit right, like Daria did there, and nice conversion on the 2-4-8-10. And there's a little bit of carry down, so the ball hangs. So you got to make sure you make great shots early in these matches so you can get a read on the pair.
Execution.
And it's tough because, like we said, the players should have a little bit of room to miss, a little bit of room to the right, a little bit of room to the left. And typically, when you do have a little bit of room, as long as the ball gets off your hand clean, you should hit the pocket. And so usually when you miss, it's not you. And that's something that I would tell the league bowlers all the time. I would bowl with a pretty good league bowler, and I'm talking 190, 200 average, and they would be struggling to hit the pocket, and I would say, hey, you need to move. And they would say, no, I'm just not throwing it good enough. And I would say, hey, they're not that hard to where you have to throw a perfect shot every time. They're executive director Chad Murphy comes over, and we did actually have the pleasure of having dinner with him last night, and a few members of the USBC board of directors, and they were touting the great mushroom ravioli over at El Dorado, and it was pretty great. I was a little skeptical. I like mushrooms, but not usually my top pick. And man, I probably could have had that for the whole dinner.
They were good.
Yeah.
At Roxy's specifically. So if you're in Reno or staying at the El Dorado or any property on the row, they were good. I'm not a ravioli guy, actually, but I could eat that.
Well, I'll tell you a story. So the night before, there's an Italian restaurant at El Dorado called La Strada, which is an excellent Italian restaurant. And so since nobody wants to hang out with me, I ended up having dinner there myself. Which
I should have went to dinner with you and not gone to see Halloween Kills.
And so I get seated, and my server says, "Hey, you really want these mushroom ravioli,
Oh,
right?" He was like really hard selling me on the mushroom ravioli, and I was like, at restaurants they typically will try to push the dishes that are about to go bad, the ingredients that are maybe a little suspect because they want to get rid of them. And so I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna eat your leftovers. So I ordered something else. And then we went to dinner with Chad last night, and he explained the whole story that they say that this mushroom ravioli is like their world famous. It's what they're known for. And I was like, okay, well, so we ordered some appetizers, and I was like, wow, I should have ordered that mushroom ravioli last night. It was way better than the spaghetti carbonara that I had, which was still great, by the way.
I think elementary school lunch ravioli kind of turned me off from ravioli.
It'll do that.
Very early on in life.
Yeah.
And then I went to college in St. Louis, and they have a very specific ravioli. I want to make sure I get the name. I'm pretty sure it's toasted ravioli, though. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a little unique.
Yeah.
Pretty decent, though, overall. And, but never been a big, like ravioli is it's like my dish to go to. But yeah, last night I got to give it to Glenn Carano. Appreciate that, Glenn.
Yes, absolutely. And we do have our standings update after 5 games. You wanna do the honors?
Yeah, I was just waiting on it.
Yeah, here it is.
Clicking and clicking and clicking. All right. Well, there's still one player who is undefeated in match play. And not coincidentally, that player is leading still. She goes by the name of Diana Zavialova. Her last 4 games, 258, 279, 255, 247.
Yeah, that'll work.
205 on the front end of that, plus 394. But not going away. Sandra Gongora, second at plus 302. She did suffer her first defeat of the day in Game 5. She is 4-1. Shannon Sellens continues to bowl well. She, too, coming off a defeat in Game 5. She's at plus 274 with a 3-2 match play record. Liz Johnson, 257, 268 last 2 games. At plus 263, she is 3-2. Birgit Nordreichs. Of course, I mentioned that heartbreaking loss to Sellens by shooting when she shot 253. She backed that up with 233. She is 3-2 at plus 261. Stephanie Johnson is 6th at plus 239. 248 win last game. Missy Parkin got a win. 241 as we saw. She's at plus 231 in 7th place. Brianna Cote, last 2 games 275 as we saw, of course, and 254. Bree now at plus 226 in 8th place. Shannon Pulhowski is 9th overall. Quiet today, but doing her thing as normal. 255, 236, her last 2 games. She's at plus 222. And 9th, Kelly Kulik is 10th at plus 177. 235, 182, her last 2 games. She's 4-1 on the day. And the tie for 11th, Shannon O'Keefe, we were just talking about, along with Daria Payok at plus 176. Valerie Bercier is 13th at plus 175. Then a bit of a drop off. Charlene O'Keefe is 14th at plus 130. Liz Colkin 15th at plus 119. Stephanie Zavala has moved up to 20th.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, she bowled a 96 the first game. 096. And she's not in last.
Oh, it's funny. I mentioned that I ate coffee and watched soap operas with my grandmother.
Yeah.
Brian's been in the chat now, just picturing me in a young me every single time I mention something. Well, you're right, Brian, because imagine me eating, and let's just be honest, the elementary school ravioli just wasn't good. Like, it just
Yeah.
wasn't good.
Yeah. Chef Boyardee.
It was not
Yeah.
the greatest stuff. Super donuts were excellent, though.
I used to like tacos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good elementary school taco. Shannon Zellens. Wonderful day thus far. Always joke about, or with Shannon, we talk about it all the time, every time we see each other, is I know what she does for a living in the mortgage business. Takes up her time, but when she gets a few days, comes out to an event, always is in position.
I know. And she's like never practices. And she says she averages 210 in league. And then she comes out at the US Open and averages 210, which is fantastic. It usually makes the show. Yeah, she's unreal. Unbelievable. Oh, the bagged milk. That's cool.
Allie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't think, at least I should say, I can't recall having the bag. I do recall the cartons of milk.
When I was in college, my second year in college, I lived in a co-op, and it saved about half the money that you'd pay at the dorms, but you had to work a couple of days a week in the kitchen or doing cleaning, and so I worked in the kitchen, and I had to install, one of the jobs I had was installing the bagged milk into the dispenser, and that was a pain, man. That was something. But the milk was actually okay. Yeah. It's just weird seeing it in a bag. It's almost like a bladder. So it's very hot. Oh, we get that 710 out of there.
Nice.
Well, how much would Maria have paid for that last night?
She would have won some money.
She probably would have paid $4,999 for that.
Verity has figured something out here on this pair, at least at the moment. Kelly kind of getting over the 10 pins at this time as well. Sellens. You see Shannon still being able to play outside. She wraps the 10 pin.
Yeah, Allie is also mentioning that you have the Capri Suns that you had to poke just right, and every single time I got squirted in the face. Every single time.
There is a young man with arguably one of the greatest shirts I've seen. Don't know who he's watching. Now I'm a fan of his. He is wearing a WrestleMania 14 shirt.
Wow.
With Shawn Michaels and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Nice. That's just good parenting.
That is.
So many physics lessons learned from Capri Sun. Oh,
shot.
How about that for a physics lesson? Looks like Verity's starting to figure it out, but she's dug herself a pretty big hole. But still a lot of games left. She just spotted her good friend Diana Z 430 pins to start the match play?
It's rare, we talked about struggles. Rarely do you see, anyone struggle on this tour that magnitude, but certainly not someone like a Verity Crawley. But it just goes to show, it happens. The best players are not immune to struggles.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to show, too, that when we talk about quote-unquote easy conditions, they're not easy for everybody. And every condition is going to be easy for somebody, except maybe the U.S. Open. That usually is pretty difficult for everybody. But every week, somebody's going to figure out the right... Oh, spoke too soon, Emil. And incidentally, that 710 actually could have cost Kelly a spot on the show.
Yeah, that was very interesting. We were discussing that after. And Aaron and I, obviously, during the position round, saw Kelly on the charge. And then we looked over and started to do the max scores. And if she had struck out, she could have made the jump.
Yeah.
We look over, she's got a split 8-1, but did not see what she left.
Yeah.
And then last night we were told that she left a kind of a similar pocket 710 that Maria left.
Yeah. The old ringing 710.
Pocket 710s and 8 pins. I saw Steph leave one earlier today at 8 pins. She left one on the show last night. As did Missy Park. I think Missy opened up her
another
game.
710. Look at that. It's an epidemic. That's Brianna Cote. There on 56. Have seen the 710 made in this building on television. Ginger Assassin.
Was that here?
It was.
It was here, huh?
Yeah.
That stretch of Masters US Open.
Yeah.
Right? Earlier this year.
Correct. Verity gets a look at another bowling ball and still can't get that one to strike, but much better game here for her. 235. Going to take the 30.
Liz Johnson is, as mentioned in the chat there, on a roll indeed. 269. She's on one of those GOAT type runs.
Well, and that's big because the scores definitely leveled off this game. We had Lahowski and Culkin 194, 203. Culkin winning that one. Birgit shooting 180. She can get the win over O'Keefe. O'Keefe shot 184. Ukatani with 193. Parkin with 201. Galante on a 2-0 pace. And she's bowling Shalin, who shot 183. I mean, a lot of low scores now across the building all of a sudden. So 269 and win, that's going to move you. Diana Z on a 170 pace. So she's going to come back to the field a little bit. She's going to lose her match. So you shoot 260 when the rest of the field's shooting 2-0 and 190. You're going to move a lot. Birgit got 7 on the fill to end up tying with O'Keefe.
Fortunately for Stephanie Zavala, who shot 250. She was bowling Liz Johnson.
Yeah. That's just the way this match play works. It's interesting. I mean, we talk about fairness a lot in bowling, and a lot of people think that this match play round robin is fair because you bowl everybody in the field, but you don't get to bowl everybody in the field at the same time. Meaning, you might catch Liz Johnson when she's shooting 260, but then you might catch her when she's shooting 160. And so there's a lot of luck that comes into play, even in this match play format. Typically, you bowl the best, you're going to do well. But like we saw with Dasha yesterday, she couldn't win matches, and she goes into that match play leading, and certainly had one of the top 4 averages in the field. But because she couldn't win matches, I think she went 3-9. She misses the show. If she just wins half of her matches, she's on the show. So winning matches is hugely important in this format.
What's been the? I will save that for Game 7. I'll save that question. Interesting end to this match between Kulik and Sellens. But Shannon is going to sneak one out there, 196 to 175. Talk about winning matches. Those are the most important ones, too. You shoot a low game, 190, 180, and you can still get a win. That is the ultimate bonus. No pun intended. All right, some graphics changes ongoing. Some crinkling of bags, perhaps, near this channel camera as well. Stephanie Johnson gets a dub. As mentioned in the chat, she defeats Zavyalova and gives Diana her first match play loss of the day. Let's see, who is Diana bowling next? She's going to bowl Dasha Kovalova. Liz Johnson is going to bowl Stephanie Johnson. I believe they're going to be on the end channels there. So, let us take a quick little mosey on down to the end. Let's see Julia Bond's shot here. Now let's check out and see what Liz Johnson will continue to do here since she's on such a roll. We'll take a look at the leader, Zavyalova. All right, so we'll see Dasha versus Diana and Liz versus Stephanie. And perhaps, of course, Diana just suffered her first loss. Let me take a look at the standings here. I just forgot what she shot overall, or the
173.
173.
Yeah.
So that number should be right. Obviously, she didn't get any bonus pins. So Liz Johnson may be the new leader here.
Boy, I'll tell you, Kovalova, man.
Whoa. Didn't see that.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, she just comes out and dominates at times. And then, she comes out and struggles. So I wonder how much of this is just, some of the changes she's been making to pitches and feel and tinkering with her grip. And then, I think sometimes we forget this is only her second full year on, or third full year on tour.
That's true.
So,
All right, so JT, my question that I saved for you. What is the best match play performance you've seen the course of your illustrious bowling covering career?
well, I mean, Jillian had a pretty darn good one at the Summer Classic Series, the event she won. I know a lot of people are going to make fun of me for this one, especially Stu Williams, but Robert Smith had a 20-4 match play record at the event he led as an amateur back in 1993. And that was very similar to Jillian Martin's, although it was a little different because he just kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, people knew who he was, but he came out. It was the first tour stop of the season, so all the players were fresh and gung-ho and ready to start the new year. And this kid, 19-year-old kid, comes out and just gives them the beat down and leads the tournament. Goes 20-4 at match play. And I think the quote from Bo Burton on the show was that he had talked to a bunch of the other players, and they all kind of told him, "We hope this kid stays amateur for a long time. We don't want him out here. He's taking our money." So that was pretty impressive. But Jillian Martin's this year was similar, but we kind of saw that one coming because she had, already made a couple of shows at the kickoff classic. Yeah, we mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and tell the folks out in the world the text that you're receiving, Camille. We just got a text from Aaron Smith. We mentioned he was up very late last night posting the story and getting the website updated, and so we gave him the morning off. And he just texted Emil and he said, "Did Zavala really shoot 96 the first game?" Yeah, not only that, she did it on Bull TV. Not a typo. Just imagine, you're Aaron Smith and you wake up and the first thing you see is 96. I'd say the other, you talked about match play performances. I got to bowl the U.S. Open in '93. Walter Ray led by just under 600 pins, and he did something. It was probably up there in my top 3 most impressive feats of watching bowling. He played second arrow with the urethane ball when everybody else was playing fifth arrow, and I believe went 19-5 or 20-4 in match play. But Buttroff had a pretty amazing couple of runs at the U.S. Open in match play. Especially the second year he led, because he wasn't leading. There's another 7-10 by this time for Diana Z. But he didn't have a very big lead going into match play. That second year he led the tournament. And he just put it on the rest of the field. That actually might have been the best match play performance I've ever seen. Daria Payok, the year she led the U.S. Women's Open, had a pretty impressive run in match play. I believe she had a couple 300 games, and then a chance for another one, too. It was just getting interesting. And it was a U.S. Open where you don't expect somebody to be able to shoot those biggest scores. So that was impressive.
She was pretty dominant for a little bit in that tournament. It was like she just could not stop striking.
Yeah.
Strangely enough. All right, standings are updated. And Diana still is in the lead at plus 367, followed by Liz Johnson at plus 362. Sandra Gongora third at plus 357. Shannon Sellens now fourth at plus 300. And Stephanie Johnson fifth at plus 284. So within the last 2 games, we saw Shannon Sellens just on our main feed here. We get a chance to watch Diana Zavjalova and, of course, Liz Johnson. Missy Parkin is sixth at plus 262. Geared against Nordreich, seventh at plus 260. Shannon Puhalski is eighth at plus 217. Brianna Cote is ninth at plus 212. Daria Payok is 10th at plus 201. Shannon O'Keefe, is 11th at plus 175. Valerie Bercier is 12th at plus 165. There is a tie for 13th currently between Kelly Kulik and Liz Colkin at plus 152. Jen Higgins 15th at plus 150. Mentioned Dasha as we watch this match between her and Diana Zavyalova. Dasha is 1-5. Low game is 176. High game is 217.
Yeah, she's dead last. 24th.
My favorite performance or best that I've seen personally was the 2016 U.S. Women's Open, where Shayna Pluhowski.
Oh, it went from 24th to first.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was impressive.
and it wasn't like a 20-4 or none of that. It was gradual. In fact, the first round she went 2-5-1 in match play, but she had some big scores in those next two rounds, respectively 6-2-1, 5-3. I think she had at least a couple of games of 250, 260 or better in each one of those rounds. Ended up leading, entering the show as the top seed. Of course, eventually falling to Liz Johnson in the title match.
Yeah, that's a pretty common last sentence.
Indeed.
Pio also fell to Liz Johnson.
Daria felt the same, experienced the same fate
Yes.
in that 17 season you were discussing.
Well, looking up and down the building, they certainly seem like they've transitioned a little ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of funny that Stephanie Zavala currently is at plus 96, considering what she started with her first game. She started with 896.
She could find herself potentially in the top 15. I think if she can end the day in let's see, we got 2 games left. So if she can end this round in the 100s, if she can somehow sneak her way into the top 15 after obviously having 8 games bowled and obviously the dreaded experience on the fresh, I think clearly, right, lesson learned.
Well, yeah, for sure. And one of the other things we expected, if you've got 7 players that have a chance to win Player of the Year, you would think your chances of it coming down to the show would be pretty good. But right now, only one of those players in that list is on the show. And Missy Parkin just off the show, Brianna Cote in 9th. But, I mean, most of the players are 11th or lower. And you've got 2 of them that are in 22nd and 24th. In fact, the top 2, the 2 leaders for Player of the Year are 24th and 22nd right now. Still a long way to go. But, man, this thing, can it get any crazier?
I think it can, actually.
Yeah, I think it's going to. James coming into the chat. He wants to know if there's going to be a giveaway. And the answer is, what's the answer, Adrian?
No.
The answer is no. We're
No,
not going to do a
I'm just
giveaway.
playing.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to give away a bowling ball.
Whoa.
Yeah. So you're going to want to stick around for game number 8
Whoa,
coming up next.
We've reached the bowling ball situation for giveaways, huh?
It's a bowling ball for every round of match play. So Brunswick will be our benefactor for this round of match play. So you'll get a chance to win one of those Quantum Evo bowling balls that we've been talking about so much. And then later today, Roto-Grip will be the subject of your greed. And then tomorrow, the final round of match play, Storm. Giving away a Storm bowling ball of choice.
All right, we got some action late in these matches here. Of course, what's going on in front of us, but the Kulhowski 258. I think Shannon's always that player, especially when there are no other lefties in the field. You can never really not keep her in mind.
I'm a little surprised that she hasn't done better this week. I mean, she's obviously here. She made the cut, but I would have expected her to have at least made one of the shows. And not because it's the stadium. I know everybody. I think that whole lefties at the stadium thing is over. They've leveled the lanes many times, since then, and it's flat. Okay. So let's stop that. But
there was a topography question that I missed, actually.
Okay. Well, we do have the topography maps that were done for the Queens that the players still have for this week, so they're able to use those. But the reason I'm surprised Kulhowski hasn't done as well is when you let the players score a little bit, which has been the case this week, she is one of the best at shooting big scores. And she's led the country in average a number of times. And so I was just a little surprised to see, her not making at least one of those first two shows.
Well, she defeated Shaolin Zulkifli in 258 to 223. And that should maybe. She may move up a spot or two. Keith got a win over Colkin, 213 to 175. As mentioned, Shannon Sellens is going to defeat Sandra Gongora. And Sandra is not going to shoot 200, it looks like, this game. As Diana Zavialova able to get the 7th pin out. Kovalova is going to shoot 187. Dasha really struggling here. Meanwhile, Stephanie Johnson, bang. Talk about bowling well and being consistent this week. Man.
Yeah, she's been fantastic.
Verity Crawley figuring it out again as we talk. 248. Julia Bond, 231. So Verity getting some bonus pins. Gavialova with a chance to get into the 240s. Which has been a very comfortable spot for her today. She's got games of 247 or 240 or better 4 times, This one will fall into the 230 category, but she'll take it.
Take another win, too.
$245 for Steph J.
I like the way Diana shoots that 3-6-10.
Not cross lane.
No,
Very-
no.
Way more direct.
Yeah. I've always liked shooting that spare off your strike line. Liz with the big split there in the 10th, and she's going to lose some ground. Shoots 191. And that's going to do it for game number 7. And
I'm going to take a look at our trusty match play schedule.
yeah, who do we want this last match?
Let's see. Well, Shannon Sellens just added 74 pins. So she should be at plus 374. Zavialova shot 235, right? Or no?
Yeah.
235.
Well, while we figure it out,
Sure.
I'm gonna run a little commercial for what we've got coming up in game number 8 for our giveaway. So enjoy the soothing tones and accent of Dom Barrett talking about the Quantum Evo from Brunswick, and then we'll be giving one of those away in game number 8 here on Bull TV. We'll be right back with the final game of round 1 of match play here at the PWBA Tour Championship on Bull TV.
The Quantum Evo series celebrates the evolution of technology within one of bowling's greatest series of balls, the Quantum. The keystone for the Quantum balls has been the mushroom-shaped core, and this is where our engineers started developing the next evolution of easier revving, more versatile Quantum bowling balls. For more information on our Quantum Evo series and other Brunswick bowling balls, visit our social media platforms and also brunswickbowling.com.
Let's just leave it here. This is good stuff. Got Shannon Sellens and Missy Parkin, Daria Payok, and Shannon O'Keefe. And man, how many takes did it get for Dom Barrett to get the ball to go through the pins? They probably had like him throw 10 shots and they all looked the same. And they was like, all right, which one do we want to pick? But that ball looked he makes most balls look pretty good. But whoever ends up winning our giveaway is going to have a chance to make it look that good as well. We're going to get that queued up. As you guys know, if you want to be able to see the entry raffle, you're going to want to take it out of full screen mode. We will have a countdown come up on the screen, and that'll be your indication to get those fingers ready to enter to win Brunswick Quantum Evo. Ever have a Quantum, Neil?
Not when I was younger. I do have one in my garage currently.
Okay.
He re-released.
Here we go. 60 seconds. Good luck, everybody.
But it was obviously one of the most popular at its time, and the original.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see who wins this thing.
forget to hit that submit entry button. He says this is the one. Feel it. Feel that Brunswick Quantum Evo already being drilled, laid out. But if your name is not Burton Banta, you did not win. Congratulations, Burton. Bowling balls, baby. Bowling balls.
Yeah, Burton, our marketing team will be in touch to get that lovely piece of equipment out to you. So congratulations. Throw it in good health. May you shoot many 300s with it. Aria Pio, fun to watch when she gets it going.
Looks like we got some connections going on here in the chat. Look forward to seeing this update here in just a second. How about that? So Bruce knows the Winters family. I'm guessing that Jill typed in a nickname for Mr. Winters that Bolt TV didn't like. That she had to type in his real name.
Well, I mean, if his name's Dick, right? The Bull TV chat filters it out. And, there's nothing wrong with being named Dick. I know a lot of nice Dicks.
Mr. Weber.
Yeah, he was the great. And about him, I couldn't call him, he would always say son. Just call me Dick. Can't do it, Mr. Weber. You're Mr. Weber. Forever.
Jill is a very good writer too, by the way, folks. So if you don't follow her on social media, you should. All right, let's check the standings.
They're up.
They are up. Here we go. 6-1. Diana Zavyalova teams the lead now. Increased it a little bit there. She's at plus 432, but as mentioned in the chat, Shannon Sellens went around a couple of people, and now she is into second. Plus 374. Stephanie Johnson is third at plus 359. Liz Johnson is to fourth at plus 353. Sandra Gongora now down to fifth at plus 342, with Shannon Pluhowski now into sixth place at plus 305. Missy Parkin is seventh at plus 276. Brianna Cote is eighth at plus 272. Daria Payok is ninth at plus 256. And boy, what is she could end the round here potentially. Birgit Norais. Last couple of games for Birgit, 184, 178. She's dropped to 10th place at plus 238. Shannon O'Keefe is 11th at plus 218 and a bit of a drop. 12th is Valerie Bercier at plus 169. Kelly Kulik 13th at plus 163. Maria Jose Rodriguez is 14th at plus 159. Jen Higgins is 15th at plus 156. And Stephanie Zavala, again, after the rough start. I know people probably thinking that's a typo. Plus 142.
Wow.
In 16th place. Since game one, she has not had a game under 200. For additional perspective on how good she's bowled since, and then of course, even if you added 100 pins to Stephanie's first game score, she's in 12th place. And yet she's in 16th without them. Hello, Jeremy. I think I saw you mention Michael Harmon Jr. I appreciate that. I'm just a dude who likes to call strikes.
Yeah.
Like this one coming up.
Uh,
And then occasionally I get them wrong.
yeah. Sometimes, I don't know, that looked like it was in, but certainly could have been some transition there as well.
Let's see. Burden, if that is indeed correct, that will be caught at the end of this game once all recaps are double and triple checked.
Well, Burton wins a bowling ball, and now he's a scoring. He wants to work for the tournament staff. No, we appreciate it. You know, that's the beautiful thing about having this Bowl TV community is like when you screw up, they tell you, and you fix it much faster than you normally would if you didn't have the community. Like our little audio level thing this morning.
Yeah. So we're talking about Maria and starting to feel a little bit better about what certainly is going on. Her last 3 games, 223, 245, 235. All 3 victories. There was a stretch there in games 2 through 4. 162, 214, 182, and did not earn any bonus spins, although those were losses. Best match play record belongs to Diana Zavjalova at 6-1. Three people tied at 5-2, and of course several at 4-3, and so forth. Whether Diana has the lead or not, I will enjoy speaking with her after this, as well as Shannon Sellens. And I know that Diana is going to say that she loves match play.
Yeah, certainly 2-time Queens champion. You know, those are all head-to-head matches. Obviously, a little different format, but yeah, she's pretty tough when it comes to knocking her off in a one-on-one situation. But O'Keefe struggled the last 2 games. She was trying to be nice to it and play to the right, and that's gone away. And so she's jumped left now and spinning it a little bit to get the ball to break a little sharper on the back end. She threw that one a little hard through the break and leaves a bucket. But certainly at the point in the block where you're going to need to go a little more left to right. And it'll be interesting to see what Liz Johnson is able to do this last game. Now that their players are starting to move left, Liz actually struggling. Liz on a 181 pace through 7 frames. But unfortunately for her, Verity Crawley also struggling, balling against her in that match.
Well, we got ourselves a good one here to end this vlog, JT.
Art Vessel in the chat saying it seems like every game Daria gets on the string of strikes, and then at the end of the game she opens. And Stephen Hahn, I think, has the right answer. He just basically says transition, right? And I think that's correct. And I think Daria makes the transition happen a little bit faster than most other players because of her rev rate. But, you know, on the other hand, she's that's the game she plays, so she should be on top of that a little faster than maybe some of the other players. You know, maybe a player like Shannon Sellens who's more likely to make a 1-board move or a 2-in-1 move. You know, Daria, she can see a 4-pin and maybe make a 5-board move, depending on what pattern she's bowling on.
Let's see scores as we get to the end here. Wow. Birgit Norderikes can
240.
max at 243. over on 57 and 58. Looks like she is now in the books at 241, which means her opponent, Stephanie Zavala, can get all three in the 10th to win by one.
Wow.
All right.
It's a big swing on how good lunch tastes. Oh, lower 710.
Stop me if you've heard that before.
Yeah.
Tough open in the 9th for Shannon Sellens, and she gets the first and the 10th. She can only get to 202.
Yeah, this is a big thing here in this match play is when you've got a match that's lost, is you don't want to get let down and not fill up the 10th frame. Sometimes losing those 30 bonus pins is pretty devastating, but you got to make sure you don't give away even more pins by opening in the 10th. Oh, over the top 7. A little extra salt on the lunchtime break. Oh, that was pretty. O'Keefe with 2 more strikes will be in the 230s, 237 to be exact. It's a nice way to finish the block. 237 and a win. It's just been the story of Shannon's year, though. She's been close, been very consistent, made more match plays than anybody. Just missed match play in both of the events here. But just hasn't been able to get into the winner's circle like we saw her in 2019, which, I mean, let's be honest. How much can you expect somebody to win 5 titles in a year?
And to be quite honest, she was, really just frames away from making that 7 or 8.
Absolutely.
Big shot there for Missy Parkin. She's in the 230s.
Oh, her patented trip the 4-9 hit. For the fill, 237 for Shannon O'Keefe. We're going to jump over to I don't know what we're going to jump over to, but let's do it quickly here.
The most amount of bowling left is 49 and 50. 51 and 52, that channel.
Bang!
There it is.
Almost like I knew what you were going to say. So Diana Z will close out the morning round with 192 and a loss to Brianna Cote, who shot 249. They were over on 47 and 48.
Parkin 245 to Sellens 192. Only as Kelly can end around. Happy about that strike on the field to get to 182. Man, a lot of 7-10s today. A lot. Sandy, undoubtedly, without question, maybe except the first year in 2015, the relaunch. JT talked about that a little bit this morning, where Stephanie had a chance to win both Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year, and that one came down to the Tour Championship. But since then, including the amount of players that are involved in this and the extremely small point margin, without a doubt.
That concludes our first round of match play. Athletes, please turn in your recaps to the tournament office. Our next round will begin at 2 p.m.
All right, folks, we're going to have Diana Z joining us here in just a moment. To find out what worked so well for her here in the opening block of the PWBA Tour Championship. All right, here we are. Emil, that was a lot of fun, but we're going to have some more fun right now. Talk to this young lady, Diana Z. How you doing? Yeah, we got a little audio issue here, so we'll get it all fixed. You know, Aaron Smith goes away, and the show just isn't the same. But he'll be back for the afternoon round, and we'll get Diana's audio taken care of and get a few comments from her. All right, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, hi.
We did it. We won. I'll tell you, Aaron Smith, he's the MVP. But you were the MVP this morning
Ooh.
on the lanes. I know you didn't have quite the finish you wanted, but what was it that worked out there for you early?
I think I honestly had a magic ball. I was just bowling my A game, and my ball was just striking like crazy. So honestly, not sure what went right, but I ate something right for breakfast, and I think it worked out. So I just hope that the same ball is going to work the next block. Yeah.
So we kind of saw that the pattern had a very high ratio. We saw some players that struggled, or we saw Stephanie Zavala in 96 the first game, but we also saw a lot of high scores. So did they play kind of wet dry for you, and what did you do to kind of blend it out if they did?
The first 5 games, I didn't really see it too much wet dry. I just had so much room, and then obviously that loosens up your swing. So I started throwing it really, really good and just taking advantage of really good pairs. And then once the transition happened, I think my ball was tired from striking, so I needed to recharge. And then I was trying to figure something out. It was okay, but wasn't what I was looking for. So I'm just going to come in next block, open-minded, and try to figure the lanes out better.
Gotcha. So you've been really close. You've been bowling really well all season, but you just haven't been able to kind of get over the hump and get that 5th PWBA title. Do you feel like going into this tournament, you're ready to win again and win your first PWBA Tour Championship?
I've been ready since 2018. I'm just waiting for my time. But the two majors that we already had, the Queens and the U.S. Open, I made the show at both of them, and this was the major also. Just something about majors, it's a different mindset for me. Just, I don't know, it's like more serious. I don't know, it sounds weird, but I'm just trying to be really patient and stay in the moment. And I bowled good earlier in the week too. Just for me, from block to block, they're really different, so I couldn't figure them out. So I'm just hoping, for my own sake, that when we come back, the lanes are going to be similar, so that I can put up another good number.
A couple of questions from the Bowl TV chat, or at least one. What ball were you throwing? That went
RST
well?
X1 by
Okay.
Roto Grip. It's my absolute favorite ball.
All right. And then
Sorry.
my question, and unless JT already mentioned it, which I apologize, but I know for a fact that you love match play. We talked about that a lot. Did that have a lot to do with your great start today, especially being that you love to match up against the individual mano a mano one-on-one?
But I do like the Queens format better, to where I'm not bowling against the whole field. I'm just bowling against just one person. In this situation, yeah, I'm bowling against this one person to get the extra 30 pins, but I'm still bowling against the whole field. So it's a little bit different. But like the Queens match play, double elimination is my favorite.
Great. Well, you said it was the ball. We thought it was your hair. That was
Maybe it's my hair and my glasses. Now I can see better.
but what are you going to do this next round to maybe kind of clean up the end of the block?
I'm gonna have lunch because I'm starving. Try to go over my notes, and that's one thing that I started doing the last few tournaments, is really taking notes. Just go over them again and see what I could have done differently on the pairs that I struggled on. So, and
Gotcha.
hopefully strike more than this block.
All right. Well, we'll let you get to lunch, and we know with the breaks are a little short here. So
Yeah.
thanks for taking a minute to talk with us, and good luck this afternoon and the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Diana Z, ladies and gentlemen, she is our leader. I believe she is our leader, correct?
We don't know for sure, but I believe she still should be. We'll get the. I'm going to click refresh. That's not the right one. Oh, that's the right one.
Yeah, depending on what Shannon Sellens and Stephanie Johnson and Liz Johnson did, Diana Z's in great shape going into the next round of match play. But we still got a ton of games left, 16 more games, Emil, before this thing is decided in terms of our show. But we will have one more guest joining us here on Bowl TV. It looks like she's about ready, and she's about the same height as Diana Z, so no camera adjustments will need to be made. Shannon Collins, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, friends? It's been a while since I've had a headset on.
I know, and I'm sure you prefer to be out there bowling, right?
I mean, yeah, it pays better sometimes, so that's good.
Don't give away our secrets here.
I know. It's good. It's fun.
So how has the week been going for you? I know you've been bowling well, but obviously you're here in the finals of the Tour Championship, but we haven't seen that much of you. How's it going, and what was the keys to bowling so well today?
Well, there were definitely better moments today, I think, than the previous two tournaments. Although I did cash in both the two tournaments. It was great. I struggled a little bit late the first tournament. Was like happy to get a check. Honestly, I was like, all right, this is a good start. We're good. But yeah, today I don't know. I matched up really, really well today. So I was actually kind of happy that I caught a check in both of the first two tournaments and was able to rest my wrist a little bit. It felt a little better coming into the week, but I knew it was going to be a lot of games. So I'm happy that I was actually able to ice it and take a little time off and still, feel like I accomplished something. I paid for my dog sitter. That's what I've paid for so far.
That's important. So
Yes.
Emil had actually referenced it earlier. Saw you icing it earlier. What is the issue with the wrist, and how is it doing?
So I wish I really knew fully what I did to it. At the Lucy, the first shot of practice, I just felt this weird twinge and it hurt the whole tournament. I got home immediately and had an MRI because I said, well, the U.S. Open's in 3 weeks. Got to figure it out. And they said I have strained tendons and a bruised bone. Not really sure how I did it, I didn't fall on it. I didn't do anything different. Maybe, honestly, I thought maybe it was like lifting weights because I started to go heavier and heavier. But I've backed off that a little bit, and I've tried to rest as much as possible. I was talking to Mike Wolf and Chuck earlier, and I said, I bowled 2 times between the Lucy and the U.S. Open. I think a total of 6 games. And then I bowled 3 times between the U.S. Open to now, just to allow it to rest as much as I can. And it hurt the first day, but it wasn't like it was. So I was like, okay, feeling good about this. But after the second tournament, I was like, all right, it's in pain. So I was actually kind of happy to be able to rest it and, try and prepare as much as I could for this. I've been taking a lot of Tylenol, as people have probably seen, just trying to get it, the pain to subside. And I will say the last couple of games, it actually felt a little bit better. So I guess we're going to keep on that routine for the next 2 blocks.
Obviously, we've talked before about what you do on the full-time basis, and obviously coming out here when you can. Since you don't bowl all the time on tour, and really all the time in general, what are the keys that you always kind of focus in on that help you still come out here and compete at the highest level each and every time you're out?
I think a lot of it has to do with the mental game. It's funny. I saw Dr. Dean here, and I haven't seen him in years, actually. I feel like really in the bowling arena, I guess. And he was a psychologist that we dealt with at Wichita State. And I learned a lot while I was there for the short time that I was there. And I think it's just a mental game, and it's like running through your pre-shot routine and seeing the shots and just executing and knowing that I guess to begin with, you just have to make a good shot. You can't really control after you let go of the ball. So for me, it's just that. And I don't bowl a lot, even back home. I don't really practice a lot. I don't really have a lot of time to do it. But I just think it's coming out here and really like running through like the mental game aspect and just trying to stay as sharp as I can. So,
yeah, it's interesting. Like you said, you don't bowl all that many tournaments, but the ones you do typically tend to be the bigger ones, the Queens, the U.S. Women's Open, and obviously this one's a major as well. And it just seems like every time you come out, you cash or contend or have a chance to make the show or make the show. Maybe what are some of the things that you do? And this probably is great advice for people that maybe bowl once a week. How do you keep yourself in that frame of mind to be able to bowl well without practicing ridiculous numbers of games like a lot of the players out here do?
Gosh, I really wish I could like have some profound answer to this. I feel like I get asked it a lot. It's funny when I do sub in league, and I've talked to some people about this. I sub literally to have an average always. I've never not had an average, so I always want to sub enough to have an average. But I treat that as just as competitive as I probably would be out here, which is probably a little ridiculous to some. To some people, they're like, yes, I do the same thing. I think that's a lot of it. But I also just think like staying in shape and keeping my mind busy in other ways and just trying to stay mentally sharp kind of like bleeds into this in a lot of ways. My job is kind of stressful. So for me, being able to come out here is sometimes a relief. Even though I'm not going to lie, I've been texted and emailed and called a dozen times while I was bowling this morning from clients that need stuff. But I'm like, all right, guys, I'll be with you as soon as I can. But I think for me, this is like a time when I can just kind of like decompress in a sense and enjoy what I'm doing. I had a conversation with another bowler while we were qualifying, I think the first tournament. And she's like, I really think I should do this part-time because I feel like I bowl better. And I said, it's amazing to me the change in my overall performance when I could come out and enjoy it and legitimately enjoy it and know that if I don't catch a check, that's okay. My mortgage is still going to get paid. So for me, it's really a matter of just like taking the time and, I bowl when I can. People do ask me to bowl tournaments back home. And like I said, I do sub in league here and there, but I do work some of the biggest league nights, so I can't always do it. But I think this is a time to enjoy it. And I use this as like a different like motivation in a sense. This is like the fun stuff for me right now, which 10 years ago, I probably wouldn't have said.
Yeah.
10 years ago, I would have been like, all right, I'm going to get out there and I'm going to bowl and, really need to make my money back. And now I'm like, you know what? I'm okay. I'm okay if I don't. I mean, obviously I want to, but I'm okay if I don't. So
yeah, that's a great point. And it's something we've seen like on the men's tour with like Perry Crowell, he came out and bowled and struggled, and then he got a real job, and he comes out and he almost makes a show every time he bowls.
Yeah.
He's like the male Shannon Sellens.
I love it. I love it. You know, it's funny. I had a conversation with Maxine Nabel, who I'm sure everybody saw bowl this week. You know, she hasn't bowled in 10 years and came and bowled. I remember her from the original tour. You know, I bowled a couple tournaments my 2 years in college and made the shows. And I remember her, and she came over, and I was like, I looked over and I said, who is, I was like, is that Max? Like, I was like, did not expect to see her. And we were talking about the differences and just how things have changed. And really, it's just, I think so many people have put so much pressure on themselves. And I do, because I'm competitive. So don't think that I don't. But at the same time, I know, you know what, if I throw it as good as I can throw it and I get 9 and I lose, it is what it is. Like, I have to move on to the next thing. So.
Great. That's great advice, Shannon. Good luck the rest of the way. It's great
Thank
to
you.
be out here bowling again. And again, yeah, good luck. And
Send me lots of strikes.
Yeah.
I'm sure Eric Nix has got you covered.
I love Eric. Hi, Eric. Thanks.
Yeah, that's great advice. I mean, you know, it's a sport, but it's also supposed to be fun, right? So the more fun you have, the better you do, right? It's kind of an interesting concept. But anyway, we'll have to see what happens. We've got 16 more games coming up, 8 tonight, and then 8 tomorrow, and then we'll have our top 5 for the stepladder finals live on CBS Sports Network on Sunday at 2 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Emil, what were your impressions for the day so far?
Well, obviously we started off with some unexpected items. You know, Stephanie Zavala, but the resilience from shooting 96 in game 1. Let's check the updated standings. She got to plus 159, and to be quite honest with you, she's really right in it with 16 games of match play left. So she's continued to rewrite her own story here. Diana Zavjalova has been the most consistent performer across the majors this season, 5th in both the U.S. Women's Open and the Queens, and she is leading after one round of match play here at the PWBA Tour Championship. I think we saw a few different ways to play the lanes early. We also saw, obviously, some ways where you could get in trouble. If Sandra Gongora can figure out some things, I think, on the back end of the block, she struggled at the end, but she was excellent on the fresh with urethane. To start on the outside. That's something to look forward to. And obviously players like Liz Johnson put in a charge. Missy Parkin has been really good this week. And Shannon Sellens has been very good also. So, all in all, I thought it was a great 8 games. We saw a ton of different things. And then, now we'll see some of these adjustments that will be made based on what we saw this morning.
Yeah, and still nothing decided with Player of the Year. In fact, I think this block might have made it even more confusing. So you're going to have to tune in to watch the rest of the way. Find out who wins the Player of the Year as well as the PWBA Tour Championship. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. We've got more coverage again coming up at 2 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern time here on Bowl TV. Before we sign off, we'd just like to thank all of our gold partners, Brunswick, Storm, and Rotogrip. And another ball giveaway coming up next in the 2 p.m. round, and then one more tomorrow. We gave away a Brunswick Quantum Evo here on this round, so you're going to want to tune in for that in our last game later tonight. Another chance to win a bowling ball here on Bowl TV. I'd like to thank the players for putting on a great show, as they always do, and most importantly, I'd like to thank you, the Bowl TV community. We couldn't do it without you. Thanks for all of the telling us when we make mistakes. We really do appreciate that, and it happens very frequently here on Bowl TV. So appreciate all of that and all the fun banter back and forth. And there's going to be more of it before the week ends, because remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.